Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools.
Señor Presidente, con 23 delegaciones en el Simón Bolívar contamos con el quórum reglamentario. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario.
Thank you very much, distinguished Assistant Secretary General and dear colleagues. I wish you a good morning. And having ascertained that we do have a quorum, according to the General Secretariat, it is my pleasure to hereby open the first of our 2025 series of meetings of the Permanent Council. So it is an opportunity, is it not, to wish you all a very, very happy, healthy, and prosperous year. Dear colleagues, before I go any further, allow me on behalf of this Permanent Council express our deepest condolences to the delegation of the United States of America, as well as to the government and the people of this country, member of the OAS, for the very grievous loss of President Jimmy Carter, who died at 100 years last December 29th. He left an indelible mark, not only on this country, but on the international sphere. He stood for human rights, for democracy, and for peace. He worked for social justice, for transparency, and for global understanding. His work through the Carter Center became a world reference point for these different important issues. And it is for that reason that in 2002 he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. His commitment to democracy was especially marked in Latin America, where he included Bolivia, I might add, managed to establish very close ties. The Torrijos-Carter Agreement was a change and marked a turnaround between the different parties. The world we know has lost in Jimmy Carter an indefatigable warrior for human rights and for peace, but certainly his legacy will serve as a genuine inspiration to all of us who may wish and work for a world of peace and equality. This Permanent Council certainly stands for peace, democracy, and human rights, which he promoted all his life. And in that regard, we can say, as was said in 2024, just recently at the Permanent Council, by acclamation, we approved Resolution 1265, recognizing the hemispheric legacy of Jimmy Carter to the Organization of American States. Now, that statement sets forth his indefatigable work for democracy and human rights in the Americas, and also how tirelessly he worked for peaceful conflict resolution, sustainable development, and closer ties in this hemisphere. Through that resolution, as it is stated, in the third semester of this year, we will hold a special session to consider the legacy of Jimmy Carter and his unforgettable legacy to this system. Let me now invite the ambassadors to be kind enough to stand in silence for a minute in homage to who Jimmy Carter was, to what he has left us, and to the beacon of peace and democracy and a better world for which he stood.
Muchísimas gracias.
I thank you kindly. Dear colleagues, allow me to avail myself of this moment to also express our solidarity with the people of the United States, particularly in the context of the devastating fires that are destroying so much of California. At these very difficult moments, we certainly reach out to all those who have suffered grievous losses, human and material, and also our support for those who are fighting so very hard, the firemen and the emergency teams that are doing the best they can to help. My dear colleagues, this, as we know, is the first session that the plurinational state of Bolivia is chairing, and I would like, therefore, to share with you the key elements of the work plan that we have set forth and already shared with you, and that will guide us throughout this next quarter. The principal objective of Bolivia and chairing this Permanent Council is to strengthen it as a genuine nucleus for debate and for conversation in the hemisphere. We will be focusing on the four fundamental pillars that are the basis of the work of this organization, as I am sure you know, having read the work plan we shared. We know that politically, socially, economically, and environmentally, things are tough at this moment throughout the hemisphere, and that is one more reason why Bolivia stands to work jointly and severally for human rights, collectively and individually. But the three main axes that will guide us in these next, I should say, starting today, 15th of January, not 3 months, but 2.5. First, the promotion of democracy and institutional government. We take the Organization of American States Charter as our blueprint in order to boost democratic governance in the region. And we encourage everyone to look very closely at the rules of procedure of this council so that we can improve on the time frame within which documents are shared. We think this will help us increase transparency and effectiveness not only in this quarter, but also in the coming quarters, and this not only for Bolivia, but for the vice presidency, which is Brazil. We will also focus on human rights from an inclusive standpoint, with a particular emphasis on women, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, and LGBTIQ+ persons. We are committed to strengthen the spaces where those voices, generally not heard so much or disregarded when they speak up, will be heard. And we will work hand in hand to that end with the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, because that, we believe, the work on human rights is in fact the jewel of the crown of this institution. Let me also, thirdly, refer to the issue of the Secretary General. New Secretary General will be elected on March 10th of this year. Bolivia will lead that process with crystal clear transparency, following the democratic principles that have always guided us, and giving all candidates an equal chance to speak up and make themselves known. Over that time, we shall certainly also work with the idea of promoting transparency and a respectful and constructive dialogue amongst us all as we move toward electing our new Secretary General. Let me again take the opportunity to recognize my distinguished colleague, the permanent representative of Belize, who is the outgoing chair. We already have worked on an agenda that is approved and that is indeed sets forth the main elements that I've mentioned here: transparency, participation, and total objectivity. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for your help. Through this, we will seek to strengthen the OAS as a forum of consensus and collaboration so that we can better tackle the challenges before us. And let me upfront say how much I will value your own input. Dear colleagues, ambassadors, men and women, let me equally extend our warmest congratulations to the people and the government of Haiti that has just celebrated on January 1st its National Day. We remain committed to keep a very close eye on the situation and the evolution of events in Haiti, as we have always done, understanding that the great efforts that Haiti is making, bending over backwards for its people, need to be sustained, and that we will do. Before I ask you to accept and to, I hope, vote for this agenda, I'd like to give our colleague Li Yung, the representative of Belize, who chaired this permanent council during the last quarter of the year, the traditional mallet. My good friend Yung showed, I think we'll all agree, extraordinary diplomacy, unbelievable open-mindedness, and great flexibility in promoting a truly constructive dialogue, which wasn't always easy, so that we could tackle and deal successfully with the thornier issues before us. This was particularly useful as we look to the elections that will be held both for the incoming Secretary General and his assistant, and this will happen in the coming weeks, as we know. This is Ambassador Young. So thank you very much. And on behalf of the Council, my dear friend, and since you have set a pretty high bar, I might add, all I can say is that I'm going to do my very best to live up to your standard, and meanwhile, please join me at the head table to receive a very well-earned recognition.
Sin más, distinguidos
That said, dear colleagues, let me now invite you to take up item 1 of today's agenda. The draft order sets forth, per Article 23 of the regulations, that we consider the document you have before you in document 253025. If there are no comments, allow me to interrupt for a minute. Very pleased to give the floor to the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda.
Mr. Chairman, Antigua and Barbuda objects to the inclusion of agenda items 4 and 5. Article 42 of the Rules of Procedure of the Permanent Council states that except in exceptional circumstances, the order of business shall include only matters for which the documentation has been distributed 72 hours prior to the meeting. Every effort should be made to have the documents translated into all 4 languages of the organization in advance of the meeting. On agenda item 4, my delegation regrets that to date, the report of the observation mission of the OAS for the selection of judges of the Supreme Court of Justice and Court of Appeals in Guatemala, CP Doc 6056/25, is available only in Spanish. Antigua and Barbuda played a pivotal role in last year's presidential elections in Guatemala and has a vested interest in this report. Similarly, on agenda item 5, my delegation regrets that the report, Venezuela, Grave Human Rights Violations in the Electoral Context, CP/INF.10440/25 was circulated on Monday, 12th January at 4:02 p.m., less than 48 hours ago, and only in the Spanish language. Antigua and Barbuda was given sight of an unofficial English version yesterday at 3:15 p.m., and the official English version was distributed at 4:28 p.m. yesterday. This timeline is in full breach of the rules of procedure of the Permanent Council, which we remind is 72 hours, and does not afford the non-Spanish speaking delegations sufficient time to consult with Capital, deliberate, and thereby contribute meaningfully to these discussions. As such, Antigua and Barbuda submits that these 2 items be removed from today's agenda. Thank you.
Gracias,
I thank you very much, distinguished delegate of Antigua and Barbuda, and the floor is now to St. Lucia. Uy, mira la que cuca y elegante está esta niña.
¿Dónde está? Oh, yeah.
Le quedan divinos esos anteojos.
Ya,
Mhm.
ya, guapa, muy guapa. Más tiene una cara así muy interesante, muy como muy ancha, ¿no?
Pero tanto su pelo como sus anteojos, muy
Sí.
modernizada.
Sí.
Ujú.
All right, so, quiero mirar. Okay, 4 idiomas.
Fear or favor.
Good for that.
Muchas gracias. Voy a pedirle a la Secretaría Jurídica, al doctor Dante Negro, que nos pueda absolver la duda de cómo proceder ante una observación de esta naturaleza. Yo tengo un criterio.
To please resolve the question as to how we can deal with this matter that has been raised. The interpreter regrets the interruption of the phone. Giving the floor to Dr. Dante Negro of the Legal Department for a response.
¿Pueden solicitar la palabra?
Antigua and Barbuda?
Sir, may I be
Tiene
so
la palabra.
kind as to ask you to repeat what you just said? The interpretation in English only came in like the last 3 seconds.
Ya. Muy bien.
Certainly, with pleasure. I was saying that in similar circumstances to these, I personally follow a particular criterion, but I would like to give the floor to the legal specialist for him to weigh in and tell us how he sees the matter and what he suggests. Thank you. Legal department has the floor. Thank you. And greetings to all of the members of the Permanent Council. Article 32 of the Permanent Council procedures sets forth, with regard to the agenda, that all of the items on the said agenda need to be distributed 72 hours ahead of time, save exceptional circumstances. And what those exceptional circumstances are is something that the Council would have to actually weigh and decide upon. They're not set forth.
Si puede pedir la palabra, Uruguay.
Uruguay has the floor. I now have the mic. I think that the legal interpretation that has been offered is spot on. This is in the agenda, in the draft order of business. It has met the time frame established. It has been considered as provided. It cannot be refuted unless, I believe, the entire body here decided collectively to withdraw the item. But from the standpoint of the legal interpretation that is offered here, I frankly agree with what has been said. Now, where there is a factual issue that has arisen in a particular time frame that might not have been looked at, that'd be different. But the draft order of business is what it is, and I don't think it is really proper to move forward and to suggest that this be withdrawn when we all know perfectly well what is being discussed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Uruguay. Canada has the floor.
I'm just wondering, I don't have the orders, the rules in front of me, but it seems to me it's possible that as an option, we can still have the reports presented for information purposes. And if we need to have a debate afterwards at some other point in time as an alternative.
I thank you. Grenada?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And greetings to everyone. Happy New Year. I don't think this is a moment for that. This is a point of order. So let me go straight and say that we align ourselves with the observation and objection to the agenda item as led by Antigua and then seconded by St. Lucia. I cannot but do that today because regretfully, this is not more than 2 months ago that we had a similar circumstance where a report was published, presented, not in all of the languages, and was being brought to the agenda. We discussed, we had a collaborative discussion, and I think in compromise, we postponed the discussion because our colleagues had no way of knowing what was on the table except by its title. That, to me, is incorrect. This is a multilateral forum, a multilateral platform. One of the facets of the multilateralism is multilingual. We have the rules which says how much time and minimum we should be given to our representative in this forum to discuss, to review in preparation for discussion, or even for reception in the agenda, as the rule says. This is being presented again without even the, I would say, even the courtesy of saying despite this and that, we would like to do the agenda or so, in the spirit in which perhaps Canada has just intervened. But I intervene even after Canada has made that very feasible point to say that I don't think it should be. Because, as I said, less than 2 months ago, we faced a similar issue. Those who did not have the document in their language made representation to the institution that was presenting that report. They correctly so postponed. What is happening that we do this again? Is it that we have no real respect, no genuine respect for the colleagues who need to receive the information that you will present for discussion? And some of these that Antigua has mentioned refer to issues that were concluded 6 months ago. Item 5 refers to observations that were done up to 1 month ago. There was sufficient time with this report already prepared to pay respect to the non-Spanish-speaking representatives and countries by providing the item in a language we could read, understand, deliberate, and share with our colleagues. For this reason, Mr. Chair, I respectfully submit that if only for the instance of ensuring that we do not repeat this again, we review this agenda, we take only those items that came with sufficient time, and I think there is a thought that it came with time. It did not come with sufficient time, and proceed accordingly. We will receive this report, which we would really want to receive when we are able to at the next meeting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank you, Ambassador. Yet again, we are pleased to recognize Delegation of Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, sir. I think the Ambassador of Grenada hit the nail on the head. This is disrespectful. The proceedings today of considering, even for informational purposes, a report that was given to the English-speaking delegations less than 24 hours ago is disrespectful, and we wish for this to stop. Antigua and Barbuda submits that these 2 items be removed from today's agenda. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador. Bahamas is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair. And this being the first occasion, we welcome you as the Chair of the Permanent Council. We also wish everybody blessings for the new year. Chair, we ought to be very careful on how we go about attending to the matters of the Council. These are matters that set precedent. The rules of procedure, Article 42 is abundantly clear, save for the exceptional or circumstance, and my delegation in any loose interpretation of the term exceptional circumstance does not deem this to be an exceptional circumstance. The report was produced in respect of the ICHR December 27th. The report could have been translated. We don't know what the circumstances are, but the audience in the receipt of this report aren't just us. We have to send this to Capitol. We have to send this to our experts. If the objective is for us to participate and participate in the fullness, there ought to be some level of courtesy, respect. My delegation concurs and associates itself on the procedural matters with respect to this with Antigua and Barbuda, St. Lucia, and Grenada. And on a matter of introducing it in any other circumstance, my delegation would be vociferously objecting against that. This is a substantive report. It deserves to be considered and considered in its fullness. This does not abrogate the responsibility of us all to receive this report at an appropriate time, or it can be circulated now in its official capacity in all of the languages, and the opportunity presents itself to have another session, and we will be able to participate. So we look forward to these two items being withdrawn so we can proceed with today's session. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, colleague. Uruguay, again, you have the floor, sir. Chair, I want to be frank. I think that the points being referred to are informative. I don't think that they can be subject to the exceptional nature that is spoken to in Article 42. And of course, I regret that they were not translated into English. But I think that we should not use a procedural point or a point of order to impede a substantive debate. I think that the council can analyze and consult on serious matters, as Grenada said. In the last 2 months, we've talked about important things. We need to talk about this democratically and talk about what was established prior to the meeting. We do not want to inhibit any kind of debate. I don't think that would favor us. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Uruguay.
Thank you, Uruguay. We'd like to hear from Guatemala, and then I propose that we wrap up the discussion on this matter. Good morning, Chair. Thank you. With respect to the report on Guatemala that was published just a week ago, the cost is $5,000 to translate it. So we're looking for the funds to be able to do so. But I think it's important to present it. The Secretariat proposed that it be included on the agenda. There are other documents that have been presented at the Council in just one language, and they were accepted, and then discussion was held. So I don't see why that this point would be eliminated from the agenda. Distinguished colleagues, thank you. I'm going to appeal to your understanding and comprehension. The chair wants to have during these 3 months, we would like to have strict compliance with all regulations and rules. This has been a very difficult week with there been requests and then withdrawals of requests. We would like to stick to the rules and regulations with respect to deadlines and formal rules with respect to meetings and special meetings. I'm sure you've seen the notes that have been circulated and then withdrawn. I don't see any possibility of violating the rules. They have not been complied with, and so I don't see any reason why the chair should apply any exceptional circumstances to this meeting, and I apologize. I think if we are Democrats, we need to be jurists, and jurists demand strict compliance with rules and regulations. And so unless the plenary would like to have a vote on this, I would respectfully ask you to strictly comply with the rules and regulations, and we will therefore withdraw these 2 points from the order of business. The final report of the observation mission of the OAS for the selection of judges and also the report of Inter-American Commission on Human Rights entitled Venezuela Grave Human Rights Violations in the Electoral Context, 4 and 5. And we would approve the order of business without these points until we have strictly complied with our regulations and we have these documents in all the respective languages, and we can have either a special meeting to address these points or include these points in the next order of business at the regular meeting. Uruguay, you have the floor again. The regulations state that these points are validated, and you validated them because you are the authority that has the power to do so. They came in correctly, and we understand that these are relevant and important points. And we understand the problems with the translation. Well, let's agree that there are very sensitive points, things that are important politically, socially, economically for us. If we all would like to withdraw these points, then that is a competence that we have. But what we want to do is address these matters. Why? Because of the fact that these have to do with dramatic events and situations. These are important situations. If there are countries that don't want to address this situation, well, then you have to see how these can be resolved without ignoring the rules and regulations. We are jurists, and we do uphold the rules and regulations. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay. Brazil has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We believe is with regard to being careful in how we distribute documents is that, of course, there has to be attention paid to that. But there will, as there are in any number of rules, moments at which there can be an exception. And the role of a chair, I believe, would be to spot that and to weigh the pros and cons. Now, in practice, and given the tradition in the Council with regard to the agenda, we have seen that there has been an increasing amount of flexibility, let us put it that way. Now, we're against that kind of flexibility. We think we need to follow the rules as they are written. There are times, including when there have been special sessions held over something in particular, but not in the case of something that was involved in an item. And with regard to a report on sessions that had been duly distributed previously in the 4 languages. But where, I say, I hope you follow me, there's something sudden that arises, something particularly delicate. Well, certainly there can be circumstances in which one can find room, and indeed must find room, for dealing with something. But not when this is something has to do with a report that was duly translated, that has been distributed. That, I think, is a separate issue. This particular issue, I think, with the input of Antigua and Barbuda and everybody else that speaks English, and by the way, people, delegations like my own, which speaks another language as well, in my case Portuguese, will put our heads together. I don't think we need to belabor the point. I think there is quite enough elements for discussion, and I dare say understanding amongst us and common ground, that we can see which is the best way to go. So might I suggest that we adopt this particular agenda? There are criteria, as we know, that are set forth and that we need to consider, but at the end of the day, it is the collegiate opinion of everybody here that weighs. And I would like to suggest that we move forward. And if you need to call a vote, have at it. Let's call a vote. Let us perhaps adjourn very, very quickly, give ourselves a little bit of a breather here to count this up, and it's a special session. But there is quite a considerable amount of debate behind us in dealing with this. Thank you. Before I give the floor to Antigua and Barbuda, may I simply sustain what Brazil said? We are not here suggesting that we postpone a debate. You all, many of you, have been in touch with me over the weekend, and we know very well that we can move forward. I'm for it, as I've said. But I think here we're talking about something slightly different. We're talking about abiding by the rules. But if we talk about the importance of abiding by the rules, we certainly can't start by simply ignoring them. And so if there is non-compliance with a particular point in the rules, then certainly the legal advisors would tell us. I don't think there's any point served in our continuing to debate this, unless, of course, you all decide differently. Ball's in your court. But if we need to, as Brazil has said, it would suggest at the end of the day that we take a vote. But I hope that isn't necessary. I certainly would hope that when you wish for a special council, we can do so. Indeed, there was one for Monday that was suspended, and Tuesday as well. It would be unfair, would it not, for us to somehow, perhaps unwittingly, stifle the debate with regard to people who bring points forward and want to have that exchange. So let me please urge you to stick very close to the rules, okay? We're not embroidering here. What do the rules say? That's all I'm suggesting. And if there is evident proof that, despite our best efforts, something has been disregarded, some part of the rule was not, in fact, complied with, well, then certainly we will call a special session as and when necessary. With that, let me give the floor, to Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there is no question that the rule has not been complied with. Antigua and Barbuda received the official English version of the report on Venezuela yesterday at 4:28 p.m. This is less than 24 hours, not the 72-hour rules as provided for in Article 42. And contrary to what my distinguished colleague from Brazil said, this is not a one-time incident. It is the repeated practice of this organization to disenfranchise the non-Spanish speaking delegations by having documents that are not issued in our language. My colleague, the ambassador of Uruguay, said a few key points. You said these are sensitive points and these are important issues. Now consider, sir, the sensitive point and the important issue that the non-Spanish speaking delegations, who incidentally are the black delegations in this organization, what is the optics saying that we are disenfranchised from official meetings because the information is not in our language? Antigua and Barbuda submits again that these two items be removed from today's agenda item because we are frankly tired of being disrespected in this organization. I thank you.
Gracias, Antigua.
Thank you, and Antigua and Barbuda, and Ecuador has the floor. Thank you, Chair. Just to understand clearly whether the Article 42 refers to including the point on the order of business, or does it have to do with the presentation of the document? I want to have this clear for jurisprudential reason. So let's see, the presentation by Ms. Rosa Celorio and the presentation by Commissioner Gloria Monique de Mise. So is it the presentation with respect to the order of business, or is it the presentation of the document in and of itself? And so the reading of Article 42, I think, refers to the inclusion in the order of business, and I think that was done by the deadline. and I don't think that it refers to translation into different languages, which can take place later. And I think that the rules refer to that. The presentation with respect to the order of business. Article 42 does not speak to the content of the documents, rather the inclusion of the point in the order of business, and this was done within 72 hours. That is my interpretation, and I think that this is important because we are creating a precedent. I would reiterate that I believe it has to do with the inclusion in the order of business, which was done by the deadline. Now, the document has not been translated. That's another matter. But the presentation of the point within the order of business, strictly speaking, sensu stricto, it was presented by the deadline. Thank you. Before I give the floor to Uruguay, distinguished colleagues, the chair understands that it must be done 72 hours before. And when we talk about a deadline of 72 hours, well, on Saturday, I asked that it be presented 72 hours before, in other words, before 10 a.m. on Sunday. But I understand that documents that are being referred to, when they refer to a specific point, they need to be presented in the official languages of the organization with that same deadline. That's my understanding, but I would like the legal secretariat to weigh in whether there is the legal obligation, procedurally speaking, to present the document 72 hours before. And this is with respect to the reports or presentations that are under points on the order of business at a permanent council meeting. Thank you very much, Chair. I think that there are several points that need to be clarified here. The draft order of business includes different matters. It doesn't include reports. It includes matters. Once the matter has been defined, then reports can be presented with respect to those matters. And 42 says included in the order of business, and we're talking about the draft order of business. The order of business is the document that is approved by the Permanent Council. The draft order of business is a proposal by the chair, which have been requested by different delegations. And so we will include in the order of business the document approved by the Permanent Council, the matters whose documents, and that's a second element that the rules refer to, whose documents were distributed for 72 hours before. The inclusion of the matter is subject to the fact that if there are documents about that matter, those documents need to be distributed 72 hours beforehand, save for exceptional circumstances. If there are exceptional circumstances, then they can be presented later. And that's what the Permanent Council needs to consider with respect to this. And I hope I was sufficiently clear, Chair. Thank you. Thank you. Article 42 has a second paragraph. And don't worry, I will be giving you the chair. And it specifies something very clear. Save for exceptional circumstances, in the order of business, we will only include the matters whose documents have been distributed 72 hours beforehand. And we can only suppose that means in the 4 official languages of our organization. With that clarification, I want to wrap this matter up. I want to strictly abide by the rules. And Uruguay, you have the floor. well, you want to wrap this up, but some of us don't want to wrap this matter up. We don't want to because what we want is to hear these presentation from the rapporteur, that hear the debate from the rapporteur. Those who don't are on the other side. Yes, it's true, Antigua and Barbuda, there are no documents, but that's not the important thing. Rather, it is the presentation made out loud. If the council doesn't want to hear it, fine. That's our purview. And if we want to hear it, we should vote, and then we can see who's on one side and who's on the other. I think that that is the seed, the main point of a democratic act. If the collegiate body does not want to hear these reports and presentations, we need to vote on that. And we can say, well, we do not want to hear this report from the rapporteur on Venezuela, which is a very serious situation. And then we can go have a cafe together and discuss things. But you, Chair, cannot decide. Rather, the council must decide this matter. Thank you.
La palabra, Bahamas.
Bahamas has the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. It is certainly a new year because I am now the one asking for calmer heads to prevail. In this circumstance, there shouldn't be a us and a them and a you and a I and a divisive conversation. The reason I had taken the floor was to make two things abundantly clear. There is no desire to suppress the receipt, the consideration of the report. Nobody is avoiding a discussion about the situation in Venezuela. Let's take that off the table. That's not, the principle of the matter is there's processes and procedures. We have sitting in the chair a learned judge, a jurist. There is the letter of the law, the spirit of the law, and in both instances, it all falls on the side, and the arc falls on the side that this circumstance did not comply. So, we have another occasion. Actually, we have more time to deliberate because we will now have the document in 4 languages. We all will have the benefit of being able to read it, digest it, properly discuss it. So we're not looking to defy, diffuse, defer. We're looking to have a process honored and respected. So if the decision is those who want to hear it, stay in the council, and those who don't want to hear it, leave the council, that's an unfortunate circumstance. I do want a qualification, though. If this vote is called, is this by majority or 2/3? It's 2/3. It's majority. If it's by majority, what are we voting on? We're voting on first to include this in the agenda, or are we voting on to receive the report, and then what is my delegation supposed to respond to in a report that I have not had a chance to read, I've not had a chance to be able to look at? So my delegation should remove itself from these discussions because we've already been hamstrung. If we're going to gerrymander the process, let's do a little bit better job at it. Let's not sit here and pretend that we're talking about a simple presentation of a report and then we go forward. We're talking about the discussion of a substantive item. Let's give it the level of consideration that it deserves. If you want to call a special meeting in the next 72 hours, and by the way, the provision itself is ambiguous because the provision starts off and says that you need to have 3 working days. Sunday is not a working day for the Bahamas. It says 3 working days for the order of business, and then it says 72 hours for the documentation. Either which way you put it, we did not meet these prescriptions. Let's not bend the arc. Let's give this an opportunity to be able to be considered. The Bahamas certainly wants to discuss anything that is going to be defining the human rights of anybody within our hemisphere. We're not running away from a conversation. We're seeking to have everything put in the proper perspective. So, Chair, I understand a vote has been called, a vote has been requested. I just need to know what we're voting on. Thank you.
Thank you, Bahamas. Honduras, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for assuming the chairmanship of the Permanent Council. What we need to understand is there's a big difference between translation and interpretation, and I am not making this up. I learned this at the summit of Los Angeles when I was sitting with some translators from the OAS, and they talked about the fact that it's quite different from a document being translated and a document being interpreted. Well, let's imagine the Spanish-speaking countries have to discuss a report that's only in Portuguese or in French. Most of us do not speak those languages well. So given this and given the fact that we have colleagues who are at a great disadvantage because they don't have the documents, I don't see why we can't wait. What's the desperate nature of this? Why can't we wait and strictly abide by the rules so we support the Caribbean nations? And, well, we think we need to do things right. Thank you.
Honduras.
Thank you, Honduras. Ecuador? Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the Legal Secretariat for the clarification made. I think it's very clear that the second paragraph of Article 42 is clear. It says, except in exceptional circumstances, the order of business shall include only matters for which the documentation had been distributed 72 hours prior. So if there's an exceptional circumstances, this does not apply. If there's something exceptional in the region now, I think it's the situation in Venezuela. We cannot be indifferent to that. I would invoke that and ask you to reflect on that. I don't think we can turn our backs to the adverse circumstances that Venezuelans are facing. If we don't make a decision now on this and we do not say what we think, I believe we are ignoring an exceptional situation as the Legal Secretary pointed out, exceptional circumstances. I ask you to please think about the exceptional nature of the situation in Venezuela, and we include or keep this point on the order of business. Thank you. Ecuador. Chile has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me say first that my delegation would like to appeal to all of us to presume that there exists good faith in all of us. Let's start from there. I think it would be an unfortunate circumstance if we were to begin by imagining or supposing that there is no good faith, but rather bad faith, which is certainly, hopefully, not the case. That said, Article 42 specifically states very clearly, I believe, who it is that must determine the points on the agenda of the order of business, and that is the chair at the end of the day. And so we very much hope that on the basis of a regulation, you will be able to follow that guidance. And as delegations have said, Chile also, thank you, would be very pleased to have all the documents in its own language. I can certainly understand that others feel likewise. That's not much to ask. And if some might feel excluded or somehow marginalized or not considered because of the decision chair, well, then I think we need to follow the situation in Venezuela in the period of convocation, but following the rules that speak to all of this being distributed in the 4 official languages. And so basically that is the sense upon which we would wish to proceed, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Chile. Colombia is recognized. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I would like to congratulate you on your taking the position of chair, and thanks Belize very much indeed for the excellent work that was offered us during that term. I very much regret that you are starting your chairmanship with a situation of this sort. I don't think it's a question of being so blunt, whether you can, whether you can't. I can only hope that we can reach a meeting of the minds, but always recognizing the work that you have offered as the great jurist that we know you to be, and the interpretation you have offered to the sense of the regulation in terms of its strictu sensu, strict sense of the document, we think is perfectly plausible, and we take it from whom it comes. You know the law, and I very, very much respect your sense of the second paragraph of Article 42, and I'm with you. I think you're spot on. And as to the debate, as to the exchange, well, I think it's perfectly legitimate. People want to be informed. Everybody wants to be informed, and certainly the countries of the Caribbean are most certainly entitled, as are we all, to be fully apprised of a situation as such that the delegations feel in a position where they can speak knowledgeable. But what we don't want, of course, by any means, is to end up in a situation where some people feel left out, as if there were the good guys and the bad guys, or those who are in and those who are out, call it what you will. We want very much, and I say this with the greatest respect, let us not go to the interpretation that some people are in favor of human rights and some not. That we must avoid, I certainly hope. However, some people might reach that conclusion. I, with great respect, suggest that would probably be a mistaken interpretation. And so let me repeat, I must take a fairly critical position with regard to this debate. I very much believe that before our getting into a debate, the countries of the Caribbean must feel perfectly informed, whether it's 24 hours or 48 or wherever it is. I don't think we're going to resolve the problem facing Venezuela, quite frankly, today or tomorrow or the next day, however much we may wish or may manage to resolve the issues that have been raised here. In other words, the procedural issues on the one thing, the substantive issue on Venezuela is another, and I think what the chair has raised under 42 is quite true, and as are the points by the Caribbean. Thank you. Thank you. Argentina has the floor. Chair, thank you. I very much understand and respect the points made by the English-speaking countries that feel they have not, because indeed they have not, received documentation in the terms and time frame established by the rules. Now, I've been here for a long time, or some time anyway, and I can assure you that the reports that I have seen presented here have never, all of them, been translated with X period of time ahead of time, and I have not seen up to now such a position with regard to an IACHR situation. On one occasion, on the other hand, a session was postponed until such time everybody had the documentation. We know that reports by the IACHR always take quite a while to come out. But guess what? We are a political body. We are meeting 5 days after power was passed on. We can't go on putting off this meeting. We must tackle it today and understand that what happens in the countries of our region is paramount. And we can only hope that there should have been a democratic transfer of power on January 10th. That's what I want to say, and I leave the rest in the hands of the legal experts. But certainly Argentina would like to speak of Venezuela in the Permanent Council. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Brazil is recognized. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to clarify, perhaps the sense of what I said was not correct. I was saying that our colleague, or I heard the colleague of Antigua and Barbuda perhaps understand that this was one of the first times we had agreed. I don't think so, Antigua and Barbuda. We agree most of the time, I think. And we can speak both in English and in Spanish. I know that. Never mind Portuguese. We'll leave that out of the picture for a minute. So I think that that's perfectly clear. And let me say that I fully sympathize and respect the situation of colleagues who make these points. And so may I just suggest, and I hope it might lead to clarity and consensus, let us approve this item as modified, as amended, and the Council can do that without any reference to a given report or the presentation of report. One can take a position on the situation in Venezuela. And such delegations as feel they have not had the chance to intervene in the debate because a text was not distributed in a manner that was sufficiently transparent and inclusive for everybody. But I do know that delegations, many, let's say all, want very much to read the report. Well, let's by all means have that distributed, but not overlook the fact that I think that one of the major issues here is that the delegations here did not have access to the document as the item is put before us today. There's something wrong with that. Because otherwise, that very basic document for the debate that is to be held on the issue isn't there to sustain that debate. That's not fair, and it shouldn't happen. It isn't the fact that we're going to call somebody here to give us a summary of the situation. We don't need a summary of the situation. We want to know what is in the report, and delegations have the right to have the report with the due previous time that is allocated, as Antigua and Barbuda has said, in the view of the fact that the documents that are necessary to that important debate were not distributed in due time. Maybe we should put off the discussion. But in an attempt, if I may say, to reach consensus and to demonstrate that surely here there's no one wishing to impede the debate. All of us just want the rules to be followed. I think I'm clear on that, and I think we're all clear on that. So we could simply look at the situation on Venezuela and not look at it as a report. That's my suggestion. We don't have to call it report on Venezuela. Let's just talk about it. Thank you. Thank you, Brazil. Point of order over here. Yes, Ambassador, go ahead. But would you please give me a minute as the chair, and then your point of order. If your point of order is the same as mine, I'll be very happy, says Uruguay. The chair. It is not a question as to whether or not I'm pushing, or we might be pushing to a decision with which we might agree or not. That's not the issue. I have spoken to a great number of the ambassadors who are in this room. And, sir, your assumption is not correct. It's not correct as a friend. It's not correct as a colleague. I've talked a lot with you, and with the greatest respect, you're not speaking from a position of correct information as far as my understanding is. And in order not to prolong the debate, let me simply suggest that the legal secretariat should tell us whether the chair's response to looking into the fact that a measure has not been taken and therefore that we have failed to comply with something in the rules, let the legal people tell us so. And if there is a means of resolving that issue through vote, as Uruguay suggested, this is all hypothetical. I'm saying I'm going to put this, if you agree, to the legal secretariat. Then let the legal secretariat tell us how we go forward and put in practice the suggestion of the Uruguayan ambassador. And so yet again, turning to our legal secretariat, might we just beg for clarification as to how we would include a new issue in a new order of business to discuss the situation in Venezuela on its own. Without further ado, let me pass the ball over to the legal secretariat, and good luck. Thank you. All right. Well, let's begin by saying if you don't have an agenda, if you don't have an order of business, you don't have a meeting. The one is a necessary element for the other to happen. So what we have seen here are two proposals. One is to approve the order of business without items 4 and 5. Another is that we have an order of business with an amendment or a modification as to the title of the issue. The regulation tells us that when a proposal comes forward and there are amendments, first you have the vote, then you have the amendments. That's how that goes. Those have to be voted upon, and you vote the one that is farthest from the original text. That's not a legal construct. That is a decision of the Permanent Council. That has been our MO. We have always voted on the one that is farthest away from what we're looking at. So that is what we would have to vote on first. If that amendment, as proposed, were approved by 18 votes, which would be the majority of the Permanent Council, that would mean that said order of business would be adopted in that manner. I hope I've answered all of your questions and the debate. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. Well, now, if I understand this clearly, because the regulations have not been complied with as per Article 42, we would have to set this aside and not vote. If we decide otherwise, that very exclusion would have to be put up to the vote, and you'd have to have 18 votes for it to proceed. Is that what I've understood? Yes? Can we vote? The legal secretariat has the floor. We are not voting on the exclusion. We are voting on the modified, on the amended order of business to do with these 2 points. The first vote would be whether the amendment is approved. And if that is the case, the order of business has it with the exclusion. But let me be clear. We're not voting on the exclusion of these 2 issues. We are voting on the modified draft agenda that doesn't change those 2 items. That doesn't exclude them. Well, we don't have the order of business voted. We proposed that. But what we're looking at here and voted upon is the view of such delegations that feel that the order of business needs to go first to those 2 items. Some of us agree and some of us don't, because we're saying, wait a minute, we already had an order of business. Others feel that no, because these other 2 issues were not properly included. That's what I get and understand. I think you're right, says the chair, but you would vote yes if you take the original proposal of Antigua and Barbuda. That would be yes. Those would vote no if the order of business would be proposed without any exclusion. Ecuador has the floor. Well, what I understood on the basis of the explanation offered by the legal council is that the Permanent Council needs first to vote on the proposal that is least distant from the original. You take, no, Well, let me tell me the one. I could correct myself, said Ecuador. So you vote on the one that is farthest away from the original. That is the view. Okay. Well, would it be possible to combine the two? Because they're not mutually exclusive, I don't think. Could we vote first on, golly, I'm getting it wrong again, says Ecuador. I do beg your pardon. With regard to these two issues that appear bothersome, could we look at that at the same time as we look at Brazil's proposal, that one in the same vote? That is, we could exclude those two thorny issues and at the same time include Brazil. Can we do both at the same time? An additional item exclusively on the matter in Venezuela?
Gracias, Ecuador.
Thank you, Ecuador. The reason for the point is the same one. The documents were not distributed in good time in all of the languages that are official here. So we would first look at the agenda with the exclusion of these two items. And the chair understands then that any inclusion of any other point in the order agenda would be a quite separate issue. Let's not mix the two, but I'd like to give the floor to the legal department. Thank you. Up to now, Chair, there have been two concrete, let me correct myself, three proposals. The original draft, a second proposal, which is what you have before you now, the amended one without items 4 and 5, and then a third proposal, which is what the delegation of Brazil has submitted. So we have three separate amendments, three separate proposals. The original one is one, and the other two are amendments. Of those two, the first one that needs to be voted on is the one farthest from the original. However, if that is approved by 18 votes, then that's that. That will be the order of business that will direct our exchange at this Permanent Council. However, if there is no approval, then we've got to move to the second draft, which Brazil put out, and you'd have to have an 18-vote approval. If that is not achieved, then we would have to go back to the original. Thank you. Point of order from Brazil. My point of order goes to this. The Brazilian proposal was really one of consensus. I said first and last, were there consensus? We did not put forward a proposal for voting. We spoke of consensus. If all delegations agree, if there is consensus, what we had hoped for was to shorten our debate, not totally the contrary. And if there is no consensus as to that suggestion by Brazil, I think the only way to move forward without entering into any kind of difficult toings and froings, I think we should work to find that consensus. If we reach that consensus, we would understand that this is an exceptional circumstance that would allow that modification. But in the absence of a consensus, I did not want to ask for a vote. I withdraw my suggestion. Thank you very much. The Bahamas has the floor.
Chair, and apologies for the earlier interruption. And I say that because the Bahamas asked for the chair about 7 member states prior to. And it appears the disrespect continues. So the delegation of the Bahamas will be asking the chair if the chair has a position, because I think the chair had offered a position, and if the chair has a position on this, the delegation of the Bahamas would respectfully welcome such a position. In addition to that, I heard no reference to Article 43, which references the inclusion of new topics. Anything different than what's on this agenda now is a new topic. And Article 43 cites that any representative can have that deferred to another meeting, a later meeting. So that's not different than what is probably going to befall us. As I've indicated before, the discussion on Argentina, sorry, because you're close to me. The discussion on Venezuela is not something that is any delegation, I think, is trying to avoid. So the fact that we have a report that is going to be presented to us, I say again, the report is dated 27th of December. Unless the report was forward-thinking and included anything that happened post-27th of December, there are no extenuating circumstances that should be reflected in that report. That's the document itself. Now, you will be having a presentation on top of that. That presentation will likely include new information, information that may or may not have been reflected in the report. We'd be more than welcome to receive that, but in an appropriate time, in an appropriate forum, in an appropriate context. So, again, if you want to have another meeting on it, that's fine. But this meeting should include those items that meets with the prescriptions. I start out. Chair, we would welcome a proposal from the chair to see if we can find our way forward. I put it in your hands, your very capable hands, because I think we need to kind of move on and get on with the agenda. Thank you.
Si me permite.
If the delegations that have asked for the floor would allow me, we are really dealing with the same issue. I believe this chair must always, Ambassador, always uphold the rules of procedure. We can but do that. Now, we have looked at Bolivia's suggestion in collaboration with the chairmanship of the Assistant Secretary Generalship. We uphold the norms, and I turn to the Assistant Secretary General and his entire team and thank them for that support and say, for my own country, we must be extraordinarily careful to ensure that nothing is added to our agenda, our order of business, without it having been strictly compliant and seen to be so with our order of business, with our procedures. We cannot but do that. And so the position, Ambassador, is simply to abide by the rules. And that is the position that I hold, and I have offered additional dates for us to continue discussing. We had called for a special session for Monday. You know that the Permanent Council has also been called for Tuesday. Both of those days will be devoted to Venezuela. So this is by no means simply a decision that the chair is pulling out of his pocket. This is something that I am suggesting in response to what I'm hearing. Uruguay has spoken of this. We are asking what the view is, and the Legal Secretariat has responded. There are no observations that I have heard thus far to that suggestion, and what we have heard is that 2 items be excluded. If we come to a vote, those who want to exclude will say yes, and those who don't want them to be excluded will say no. And the Legal Secretariat has told us that the number is 18. Whoever gets 18 votes will have the approval that has been sought. Now, may I perhaps just exceptionally try yet again to go for the proverbial Solomonic decision? Taking into account the Brazilian suggestion, we might, without further observation, adopt what has been proposed by consensus. The regulations allow us to do that, to simply suppress those 2 items on the agenda to be dealt with at another time when the norms are complied with. And we would include by consensus, only by consensus, as the ambassador for Brazil has suggested, to include by consensus an item on that order of business that will be called Situación en Venezuela, the situation in Venezuela. And those countries that I understand would wish for that to be the case, well, can vote in favor. Now, if we find a consensus on that last proposal, we would avoid voting. If we cannot reach consensus, then alas and alack, we will have to vote. So that's the sum and essence of my take on the subject. I don't know what you all think, but let me tell you, we have been spending 1 hour and 30 minutes, an hour and a half on that point. So it's really your business as well as mine, and I would just urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to try to go either for a vote or for a position on that proposal I've just made. Ambassador, this a point of order from Bahamas. You have the floor.
Sorry, given the ruling, or given your position, Chair, it's my understanding that it would require 2/3 votes to reverse your position. And we look forward to that vote.
Secretaría Jurídica.
The legal secretariat. You have the floor. Legal. Thank you, Chair. What we understand is that there has not been a ruling issued by the Chair. There is a proposal. A proposal is not a ruling. And so, in fact, what is happening is that the Chair is putting this draft to you for consideration. It's not a decision of the Chair as to how this is going to be approved. That is a decision that behooves you all, the members, not the Chair.
¿Hay consenso sobre lo que hemos...
Do we have consensus on what we have just said? Absolutely not, says Uruguay. No, I was just, the legal advisor has just said that the authority to change the order of business is the body, is us, but there is no consensus here. That is why we do insist on how important it is to hear an out-loud report in voce by the rapporteur on Venezuela. And this has to be dealt with now. But I think you've already given your sense of interpretation. Let's vote, sir. And let's nobody be upset by this, I hope. Anyone who wishes to hear the rapporteur and thinks that is right, you will say yes. And those who say that's not the case, the way to go, you can vote no. Dear friends, that's the freedom we all have, to vote yea or nay. Then, says the Chair, let's begin to consider. Without further ado, let's not lose any more time. Let's start. Ecuador. Point of order, point of order. I very rarely have dissent vis-a-vis the ambassador of Ecuador, but I do now. I have not heard opposition by anyone to the consensus that you have expressed, Chair. Uruguay. Uruguay is against. You can't say there's no dissent. There it is. Well, there it is. It's entirely your right, sir. Nobody's disputing that. All right. Let's get to it. With the help of the Secretariat, Assistant Secretary, thank you very much. Chile, point of order. Thank you. In the past, in similar situations, we have often found that having a little intermission has helped. I would respectfully suggest that we ought to give it a chance. Let's take a few minutes off, put our heads together, and see what we can do.
Guyana, otro punto.
Guyana, is this another point of order?
Yes, Chair. My understanding is that there is agreement that the requirements for the two items to be on the agenda have not been met. And I think that we should proceed by first removing them, and then with that reduced agenda, we can proceed from that. But let us remove that first and then proceed.
Excuse me, Belize has a point of order, so I'll let Belize go first. Excuse me. Belize, I'm sorry, Belize, point of order. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the point of order is that my understanding, as the Ambassador of Guyana said, is that we have agreed that these two items do not meet the rules. So I don't understand how we can vote to break a rule, because that seems to be what is being proposed here, that we are having a vote as to whether we should break a rule. Am I misunderstanding?
Antigua
Antigua and Barbuda has the floor.
Thank you, sir. The ambassador of Belize took the words out of my mouth. Antigua and Barbuda will not vote to break any rule. And while I have this point of order, let me caution the delegations of Ecuador and Uruguay. You are ushering in a race to the bottom of this permanent council by suggesting a vote to break the rules. You are discarding the rules of the permanent council for your political expediency, and you are continuing the perpetration of the disregard of the non-Spanish speaking delegations in here, the black delegations. Antigua and Barbuda cautions you not to do so. When you live by the sword, you will die by it. Do not bring this organization into any further disrepute. Thank you.
Canadá tiene otro punto.
Canada, point of order.
Canada, as one of the English-speaking delegations, does not like to define itself racially and object to any of the qualifications of all delegations as being of a particular race or color. Thank you.
Gracias, Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. Note has been taken of this. Colleagues, if there are no further requests for points of order, given this lamentable situation with which we're kicking off this quarter of our work, we will follow the suggestion of Chile. Let's take a 5 to 10 minute break and let's converse among ourselves and see if we can come up with a solution. And I would reiterate my stance. My stance is to abide by the rules. If the rules have not been followed, the chair's position is that we should not address these matters. And it's been suggested or proposed that we have a vote, and we consulted with legal about this. And so please, do you agree that we should take a break and we can have a 10-minute conversation? Paraguay, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. We agree with taking a break. Just a question for legal. I'm not an attorney, and so in 42, Article 42 of the Rules of Procedure, which talks about 72 hours, but it also states that everything should be done to translate the documents into the official languages of the organization. So my question is, what happens if this is not possible? And I think that legal should clarify this. From 2001, it says that translation should be done, and everything possible should be done so that there are translations. Oh, excuse me, this is the rules of procedure from 2021, so the current ones. Thank you. Legal, you have the floor. If you could please answer the question. Thank you, Chair. Well, everything possible. That's a very broad kind of statement, a very blanket statement, and we need to think about what that means. I think the interpretation of the rules need to be done in order to comply with its objective. And so the objective with respect to translation into 4 languages, is that so everyone's on the same footing in the debate. But as possible, or do everything possible, that is not subject to a legal interpretation. Depends on many circumstances. So I could not really give you a clear answer, save that the objective of the rule is always to comply fully. And the Secretariat has always said that the objective of this is to allow everyone to be on the same footing. That's why we have these translations. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, colleague, says the chair. Ecuador? Well, just since my delegation was mentioned, I do believe I have the right and the obligation to respond. We have just been acting and speaking in keeping with the interpretation of the legal secretariat, and that's why we made our proposals. If that is not, well, if some delegates are not pleased with that, I'm sorry. Now, we talk about exceptional circumstances. Well, the rules clearly say that there are exceptional circumstances, and that can lead to exceptions with respect to the 72-hour rule, and this has nothing to do with the language that our delegations speak. St. Kitts and Nevis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And first, let me congratulate you for assuming the chairmanship of this esteemed Permanent Council. Chair, it seems we have muddied the waters. My delegation supports the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda and the others who want items 3 and 5 removed. Chair, this has nothing to do with the substantive matter of the reports, which we would not have had the opportunity to analyze anyway. And herein lies the issue at hand. The English-speaking delegations have been deprived of the opportunity, denied the opportunity to properly study the reports and consult with their respective capitals, due to the fact that the rules and procedures were not adhered to. As such, my delegation is not clear as to why this is even an issue, Chair. The 72-hour stipulation has been violated. And as it has been articulated by our esteemed colleague from Belize and reinforced by the delegation of Antigua, we are also not clear as to why we are essentially voting on whether or not we should adhere to or break the rules. To me, this is a non-starter. There are rules and regulations that govern the way this organization is run, and if we decide to pick and choose as to when we would follow these rules and when we would arbitrarily breach or vote to breach these rules, where are we headed, Chair? As such, if this comes to a vote, my delegation will not be participating in such a vote. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, thank you.
Thank you. Uruguay, and we will wrap up with this. And we were also mentioned, and the only thing I'd like to say to Antigua and Barbuda is the last thing that Uruguay wants to do is to stop everyone from having documents in their own language. The thing is, we're looking at this from another perspective. This has happened so many times. To be here and not have documents, what we feel is that Article 42, when it allows for access to an exceptional matter, or it talks about exceptional circumstances, well, we believe that this is such a serious matter that we should allow for the rapporteur to read her report. Documents can help us, inform us a bit about the situation, but what many of us want to hear is the presentation made out loud by the commissioner, the rapporteur from the IACHR, so that we can hear about the tragedy that is unfolding in Venezuela. And so some colleagues don't want interpretations about what's going on there. We've already wasted almost 2 hours on this debate about the rule. It would have been better to have approved the draft order of business and just hear from Commissioner Gloria Monique Demise. That's what's going on. If someone is paying attention somewhere in the world to about what's going on here, they might think that we don't want to hear from the commissioner because there are documents missing, and that is true. But what is more important, really? To not hear from a commissioner of the IACHR about the tragic situation in Venezuela at a time when this is something that is like a bomb in the continent, or focus on micro procedural issues. We need to have our priorities straight. As Argentina said, this is a political body. We need to address substantive matters. If we spend 2 hours on discussing the details of procedural rules, then it looks like we don't want to address substantive issues. There are pressing issues in the world. There are pressing issues. So let's not complain that people say that international organizations don't do anything, that they don't address important matters. If they're watching us, then we're proving this to people that we don't want to address substantive issues. So we shouldn't, as ambassadors, get mad at people or angry when they say that we don't do anything, because we should not be denying the commissioner of the IACHR to present this report, because this is an exceptional situation. Isn't it an exceptional situation? Ambassador, says the chair. Please, if you are saying we're wasting time, we need to take a break, says the chair, and let's try to reach a consensus. Uruguay says, well, I have the mic and I am speaking, says Uruguay. I'm not willing to drop this substantive matter, says Uruguay. The chair is speaking. Please, let's take a 10-minute break.
Presidente, después del cuarto intermedio, confirmo que tenemos.
Mr. Chairman, I think we now have a quorum to continue.
Muy bien.
Very good, and thank you very much indeed. I would wish to appeal to your patience as I attempt to summarize what has been transpiring and what are the possible glimmers of solutions that have appeared and what might be, in the end, the way forward for us to try to resolve this impasse. Once again, I'd like to begin by saying that the will of the chair has been to also and always make every issue visible. We have a position on Bolivia, and we will share that, but that certainly doesn't mean, by way of example, that we have in any way, and let me say it up front and coming in, any will or any attempt to curtail or somehow pose difficulties to any other state with regard to any other issue. Within the Organization of American States, our concern over a particular country that has left the organization, and we all know who I'm talking about, that may trigger different opinions among different delegations. We all know that by heart. But I'm sure that we would all agree, one way or another, that we need to move forward. Now, distinguished colleagues, let us just recall, we began our chairmanship on the 1st of January. That was already difficult coming in. I arrived from Bolivia here in Washington before January 1st, precisely because I didn't want to wait till the last minute. I came earlier. And let me tell you that last week, I cannot begin to tell you, and I'm not complaining, but I am stating facts, the innumerable telephone calls and meetings that we had, and I'm sure all of you have your own memory of this. And I hope you will agree that I have left it very clear that this chair has done everything it possibly could to ensure that every issue before us that needed to come to the Permanent Council would indeed come before the Permanent Council. I hope no one can doubt that that is the case. This week, we had 2 Permanent Councils scheduled as a result of the direct request from the Republic of Panama. This chair had spoken directly to the ambassador for Panama, a dear friend, Don Irene, and we also know that there was a suspension requested by that member state, which is entirely its own right, and for justified reasons. Now, when in the regular session that was put on our work plan for today, and the idea was that we would broach the question of the report coming from the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights regarding human rights in Venezuela. That was back on Saturday, and I got in touch with the ambassador for Paraguay that Saturday, and he told me clearly that he wanted it on the agenda. I made all of the necessary consultations. I made the necessary calls. I made my own juridical and legal analysis over the 72-hour deadline that we had. Now, you know, when you're on a countdown, you're not talking about working hours or non-working hours, but when you're looking at an organization, you're looking at working hours. And we had 72 hours. Here we were, and here we stand. I got immediately in touch with the ambassador for Paraguay and for Chile, and I asked them specifically to be very, very sure to bring us their request by Sunday, 10 a.m. That was the deadline. We got in touch with the Secretary General back from Bolivia about this issue, and this issue, therefore, was properly included in the agenda that has been distributed. Now, here is an error that I make my own. I never thought that a report from the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, which was published in December, I never imagined that it would not have been translated. I presumed mea culpa, that had been translated. And the same goes through regarding the Commission for Guatemala. There was a visit that was asked of the General Secretary, and who knew that original Spanish had not been translated either. And so I'm not casting any stones, I'm just stating facts as they are. And so with the best will in the world, and with my heart in my hand, I thought I could convene this mission, this session of the commission, so that, or the permanent council, I should say, and that we could broach the situation in Venezuela. I deeply, deeply regret, ladies and gentlemen, and I say with the most sincere respect that I have for all of you, and most certainly for my dear friends in the Caribbean, I am deeply sorry that we were not told, either by the Assistant Secretary General or by anybody else. Nobody told me. And I talked with ambassadors over other issues. Nobody made it clear that this particular issue could not be broached because the second part of Article 42 of the regulation had not been met. And quite frankly, I am quite surprised that that is a fact, but it is a fact, cognizable fact. And I say this with the best possible spirit and not wishing to again cast any stones, but those are the facts. You may be certain that had I had a heads up here, I would have done everything to correct the matter. We would be sitting here now. And perhaps I should have revised down to the very last dot and tittle. I can assure you that is what we should have been done in the mission. But when they are done, and everybody has some responsibility here, somebody should have said, Ambassador, we're not ready to go, and this is likely to happen if we don't do this or you don't do that. And I say this with the greatest respect, and I say that to my good friends from the Caribbean. If you sense that you didn't have what you needed to opine or to speak, I'd have appreciated your letting me know. You think maybe I should have known, but I'd have appreciated knowing what you were thinking. Now, there is clarity also with regard to the following. I had no idea that there could be such a failing on the part of this organization. I never imagined for an instant that that would be the case. We've talked with my friends from the CARICOM. We've heard several interpretations on the part of the legal, Mr. Dante, the legal advisor. And it becomes clear that we find ourselves in a situation, and I think we have spent enough time on this, that we can say that we're down to the nitty-gritty and we don't really find an easy way out. That is what the delegation of Brazil has pointed out, and I think he's been very clear, and it is extremely serious. And we maybe need to look again at our regulations. Regulations or norms or standards that don't look for this sort of thing and say, if the unthinkable happens, this is what needs to happen. If that is no longer the case, my friends, we need to look at the rules again, because clearly where we are is not where we want to be. And our friends from the Caribbean are perfectly clear in their complaint, and they are right. Sometimes standards have not met, but it's not enough to say that, well, sometimes they haven't been met, but that isn't a reason for them not to be met now. Standards should be met always, not occasionally. In 42, paragraph 2, it says, save in exceptional circumstances, we shall include on the agenda only those issues that will have been received 72 hours before the meeting, so that every effort is made for the material to be translated into the 4 official languages. Now, the standard does say, save exceptional circumstance, and there's a little bit of an ambiguity there, too, because if you look, it says, save a possible problem, and everything needs to be possible is not something that should even be included as language and something that is an imperative. It isn't a choice. It has to be. But there's also a reason for that to be included. Let's be clear. The raison d'etre, the reason for this phrase to be included, and I can tell you because I know it by fact. Look, I was more than 4 years as an ambassador, and multiple times of that on a tribunal, and I can tell you that while there is no disdain here for Portuguese or for French, let's face it, the two major weighty languages here are English and Spanish. That's the way it is. And so very often it is true when we talk about translation and you're looking at money, everybody thinks first of English and Spanish. And I suppose that that's maybe part of the problem. But in this particular instance, it is not part of this problem because we're not talking about translation either into French or into Portuguese. We're talking about translation into English, which together with Spanish are majorly important languages in terms of numbers of delegations that speak those languages. Not saying they're more important in the abstract, but it's in terms of numbers. So it is justified to understand that in the strict application of a norm or a standard, certain elements have to be considered. And what CARICOM has pointed out, numbers of their distinguished representatives have said, well, but wait, this has not been met. This standard, this norm has not been met. And on two specific elements, the point has been made, that rule has not been met. Now, we understand that much of this is going to depend on the will of the membership in terms of what is allowed onto the agenda, onto the order of business. But that cannot be made contingent to a part of the regulation being met. That's not up for grabs or for choices. Otherwise, you can imagine the situation that would arise. At that point, why do we even bother having a regulation if it's going to be that aleatory? You can't possibly vote on an issue if something isn't on the agenda, on the order of business. You can't pull things out of the air when it hasn't been agreed that's going to be decided. So what do we do now? Save exceptional circumstances. This is a caveat here. Save exceptional circumstances. Exceptional circumstances, ladies and gentlemen. That's the key question here. Is this an exceptional circumstance? Now, many of you will say, well, sure it is. Well, many of you may be right, but an equal number of delegations may say, don't think so. Certainly not. And so who's going to decide what constitutes exceptionality or not? You tell me. And that is why one of the possibilities that I envisage and that I put to you for your consideration, the first that came to mind, was that we should vote on the fact that this is an exceptional circumstance, on the fact that we distributed within 72 hours the report on the Commission in English, and I think the question that Guatemala was going to raise is going to be postponed. That's one way to go. If there is good faith, my friends, this is one possibility and the way to go. We wouldn't be voting on accepting the regulations. That will never happen as long as I'm sitting here. We may wish to reform or improve the regulation, but we certainly don't want to trample it and rip it to shreds. What's going to be left then, I ask you? So let's be clear on that. But we can, I say to you, vote on the exceptional nature of this circumstance. And we can put it in the text. We don't have to guess about it. We can set it forth. And that's one way to go that I put to you as a possibility, to consider that this agenda is exceptional. If you all decide that this is not exceptional, well, then we take those items out of our agenda, out of our list of considerations and move forward. Now, the second possible exception is the following. The chair, once we were advised that there was this weakness, this flaw in our program, could have said, let me suspend the meeting and wait until we can meet again once A, B, or C is in hand. And that means every one of the norms. Because look, what will apply today is certainly going to apply tomorrow. What applies to one country today is going to be applied to another country tomorrow. This isn't a hit or miss thing. We're talking principles. I'm talking about understanding the rules of the game and respecting them and knowing what's before us. So, one possibility, I say, would be for the chair to have decided to suspend, even now. Now, I can tell you that we certainly don't want to act in a manner that is not democratic or that is, God forbid, illegal in any way. If any delegation states that it sees in the chair a particular modus operandi that leads to some complaint, that motion would have to be considered and would require 2/3 to move forward. That's another possibility. There is a third possible way forward. It may not be our favored way forward. We may not have much choice, I'll tell you frankly. And that would be to extend this period of an interruption of the meeting. We have suspended it sometimes, for 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. We've been meeting now for 4 hours. We can simply decide to come back with a little more Solomonic approach, with a clearer mind, and maybe with a little more constructive spirit moving all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no objection to have any country ask right now at 4:50, to give us 15 minutes to decide what the situation of a particular country is. I have no problem in interrupting the meeting and coming back. And if you don't want it to be tomorrow, we can do it on Friday. And if not, we can do it for another day. The same position that I have explained here is the position that I'll have. Believe me, I have nothing up my sleeve or anything to gain by acting other than in a very, very straightforward black and white way. But let us think very clearly, I say this with great respect, before we launch into any kind of animus or any kind of tone or manner that will be, at the end of the day, negative. And in fact, if that were the case, or if I saw it coming, I would interrupt the meeting. I would simply suspend or adjourn for that moment. I don't see what could be possibly gained by allowing us to, even with the best thoughts in mind, at the end of the day, jeopardize the body, the corpus of this meeting. So I ask you, we're all tired. I know that. I'm no exception. And we've had our interpreters with us for many hours. It's a difficult matter, but we, all of us, I do believe, are capable and are willing to be proactive on these three main issues. I certainly hope that's the case. And I offer this in the hopes that we can reach a consensus. Let's not get polarized in our positions. That's what I'm begging. And let me give the floor now to the delegation of Uruguay. Thank you, sir, for your statement. I think there's a fourth hypothesis, if I may be so bold. You've talked of three, and maybe I didn't catch this, but I think there's a fourth way forward. We might wish to put the agenda before the meeting, because I think we are acting in the proper manner, but we don't really have an order of business before us. You've talked about possible different types of amendments, and you have reflected what the rules state. Countries that may feel so inclined could decide to vote on the amendments one way or another. If they're for them, they'll vote plus in favor, and if they're against them, they'll vote against them, obviously. Now, let me also say, with regard to the language part, I don't really care what document is being distributed. What I care about, and I think I'm not the only one, is to update, to make sure that what we're considering is an updated version of what is going on in Venezuela. You offered us a very sophisticated, very subtle approach to these things. But please be certain, Chair, that what some of us want is simply to shed more light on what is actually happening today in Venezuela. Some of us with a spirit which is constructive and more Republican with a small r, might think that we're up to date, but maybe we're not. And I do think the minimum minimorum that we must demand of all of us is at least not to veto a session of this nature. We have here been considering the matter for 3 hours, and one might be excused in understanding that maybe the problem is that there isn't enough will to go forward. Now, the matter has been put forward by Manama. Well, various different issues could be broached later, but I think it would be an inexplicable and a grievous mistake that a rapporteur of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights that has only sought to give a live report on the situation be prevented from doing so. It is positively unthinkable. And we might all of us say why, or why we think this or that might be the appropriate way to go. But the long and the short of it is I do not think that would be constructive. Look, the moment is extraordinarily delicate. Nobody can gainsay that. The minimum we can do, I say to you, at least to maintain and safeguard a minimum level of self-respect, is to look carefully to what's going on. Our specialized people here is the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Now, I get that this is a procedural issue. I get that it is a grave mistake of the Secretariat that this was not translated. It is not your fault, Chair, not your fault. Secretariat's fault. Should have been translated. Okay, let's get that. Let's say we agree. But can we not at the very least, I beg you, say, lend us an ear? Okay, it isn't translated. And this is the minimum that I'm asking, and I'm not alone. Look, we're not aiming for a debate. We don't need a debate because we understand that there are different ways of looking at the situation and interpreting it in the broadest sense. But not have the will to bite the bullet and try to make some good of this, and for us to leave this meeting without even have broached the substance, I don't think so. And we don't want to touch on a procedural way forward because, God forbid, that should bother somebody or ruffle some feathers. I think that would do this organization grievous harm. This is not new. The translation issue isn't new from yesterday. I'm certainly not going to ask, my friends from Haiti, how many times have I had to read their report en français because there isn't a translation into something? And my friend from Brazil, how many times didn't we have a translation from Portuguese? For heaven's sake, that cannot be a central argument. Oh, well, the document isn't translated, so we're not going to play. Well, I can only wish. Do you know the report of the translation for Guatemala costs $5,000? That's just Guatemala. Other things cost whatever it is. We're not talking money here. We understand that there is a report in voce, live, that we can hear sitting here, a live report. I understand and I fully respect and I share the position of our CARICOM brothers and sisters. Yes, you should have had the translation. What can I say? But is that enough to stop? Look at the hours we've lost, for heaven's sakes, on the semantics, on the procedural toing and froing. I don't even know if this is a philosophical position, but all I know is that it's not good. It's not good for us right now, and it's not good for us moving forward. Let me tell you what we need. What we need is to bite the bullet and to move forward, and to collaborate, not go to a rapporteur of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights that is calling out on the terrorism of the state of Venezuela. And what are we going to do? Say, oh, well, this hasn't been translated. This is this or this is not. We're not going to go to the basics? I'm sure that's not your sense, Chair. And I'm deeply sorry you didn't have the technical responsibility or the information, I should say, from the Secretariat. It's not your fault. But it is your responsibility to tell this body where and how we can proceed at this point. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay. The ambassador for the Bahamas has the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation was a little resistant to even taking the floor. It's most unfortunate that we're compelled to do so. Firstly, there is a reasonable fourth option, and that's to adjourn the session. I think you presented it as a combined thought of suspension on adjournment. I think there is a fundamental difference between the two. The delegation of the Bahamas is thrusted by virtue of the departure procedures, and hereby advise with reluctance that we will not be party to wanton disregard and non-compliance of the statutes and governing instruments of this council and of this organization. I just heard the delegation of Uruguay, and I wish not to direct my comments, but it gets concerning when you say you don't care about the language. The point is obviously missed. How can I communicate with you if we're communicating in two different languages? How can I participate? Are you essentially endorsing discrimination? Are you essentially endorsing marginalization? Are you essentially endorsing the fact that there are 44% of the organization are non-Spanish speakers? Well, 48% if I include 2 French and 1 Portuguese. So 48% is not a factor. I'm not going to sit here and have the treaty-based regional cooperation that my delegation is a part of be vilified and be mischaracterized that there is not a discussion that we want on Venezuela. Let's not make this about that. The question really is whether or not you abided by the procedures. You did not. Second question is, when and where should we have this discussion? Chair, through the actions being proposed is an unfortunate blight that will be placed on all of us. It's unbecoming that some want to pontificate for the media. That's not what we're here for. Prevaricate to ensure that the public relations performance happens today because Monday is too late. Audition for favor in advance. If we are here to be a part of a rules-based organization, let's follow the rules. And let's not base it on emotion, and let's not try to cast aspersions that we don't want to have a conversation about this or that. There is a urgent, dire circumstance that sits before us every day in Haiti. Every day in Haiti. So the exceptional circumstance that we are speaking about, I could be speaking about Haiti. And if we want to have that discussion, let's contextualize. There are 3 variations of this same item. One is generic, the situation in Venezuela. The other is the grave, in one translation, or serious human rights violations in the context of the electoral processes. How do I prepare for something that is generic, something that is finite, without, I don't care about the language. If this were in Sanskrit, how am I to participate? It just so happens that it's in a language that may be a language of privilege, but unfortunately, I am not privileged to be able to effectively participate. As such, we request of the chair that the fourth option be placed on the table, and that is an adjournment, and everybody will have the documents, and everybody will be able to discuss. Nobody should be cast as to, and again, if we're performing for the cameras, let's say to the cameras, the delegation of the Bahamas will discuss Venezuela and the situation in Venezuela and the context of its electoral processes in this forum, in the correct manner, any day, every day, all times. We don't run away from conversations, and we should not be placed for convenience, and we shouldn't be asked to dance or prance for the political agendas of others. So, Chair, we put it to you. A reasonable option is to adjourn the meeting, we have a discussion, and we can include it. Otherwise, the agenda that was issued on January 11th is the agenda that should be before consideration. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Bahamas. There is a fourth proposal, a suspension of the meeting. And unfortunately, I've been informed that the experts on the Holocaust remembrance, and also we no longer have a connection with the commissioner from the IACHR, that could be considered to reconnect, but it depends, of course, on what goes forward. Antigua and Barbuda.
Sir, the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda understands that exceptional means extreme or unexpected grave circumstances that threaten the order, particularly in the context of the OAS, such as a coup or an attempted coup or assassination or a terrorist attack. The situation in Venezuela, while it warrants our consideration, by no means qualifies as exceptional today. Therefore, Antigua and Barbuda suggests we exercise the option of adjourning the meeting until next week, Tuesday. That would give us more time to digest the report in our language, and it would comply with the 72-hour rule. Statements such as, "I don't care about the language," is an example of a disregard of the rules of this organization, and Antigua and Barbuda cannot be party to such. It is unhelpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. And Belize has the floor.
Chair, first of all, we appreciate the efforts you've made. And as have been said by all of us, this is not your fault. And we do appreciate all the efforts you're making to try to find a solution. I think as I listen to the debate and the arguments, one of the things that came to my mind is, more rights for more people. And I was thinking that it's fundamental to this organization that we fight for the rights of the minority. And so when we talk about voting on the question of whether this is exceptional or not, or voting as to whether we should break the rules, it is, in my view, amounting to a vote as to whether we will ride over the rights of 44% of the organization. The right to be able to participate effectively by having the documents in our language that we can understand with enough time. And effectively, if you go into a discussion on this subject, then all of us who did not have a chance to read the document are ill-prepared to take part. And again, in my view, that is overriding the rights of all of us to have that opportunity. So I have to say that I agree with the ambassador from Bahamas that the only recourse ought to be to adjourn the meeting and call a meeting when we have enough time for us to review this matter and to participate effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador from Belize. I don't see any further requests for the floor. And Bahamas made a proposal. This was supported by Belize, Antigua and Barbuda. And we again apologize. The chair apologizes for any unwanted contribution to this impasse. And so we appreciate communication with you. So if we had known, we of course would have corrected the situation and that would have also saved us quite a bit of money. We are going to strictly stick to the rules, even if they're ambiguous. We know we need to reform the rules now. In the future, we will strictly abide by the deadlines, and so Tuesday we will be convening the continuation of this meeting since Monday is a holiday here in the United States. And so that we will take this order of business until Tuesday, 10 a.m., and this session is adjourned. Ambassador? Before we adjourn, I want to be very frank. There is a document about the situation in Venezuela, and we would like other members to receive it and analyze it. That's the first issue. But we can't address this because of this de facto situation. I deeply regret that we cannot address this substantive issue. I don't think this favors our organization or anyone. And I think that this delay is difficult to explain, very difficult. I think that those people who came to talk about the Holocaust and those who are going to talk about Guatemala and the substantive issues on Venezuela, well, we have done them no favors either. This due to a procedural issue. Furthermore, we are meeting now, but without an order of business. And so we're reaching a wall. We've hit a wall, and we can't proceed. We would have liked to have voted, and we reiterated that we wanted to vote, but we were unlucky in that sense.
Gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador, and this session is adjourned. Thank you.